Okay. Ahoy. Um, Even though it looks like this could be a short stream because weird things are happening, but I'm going to go ahead and get this recorded. So, if you have not guessed by now, this is a mining ship. This was like the first real ship that I built playing this game. And it's 10 years old, 9 years old anyway. Um, and it's been constantly updated. Um, there's a new DLC coming out, so there's probably blocks on there that I'm going to want to use here. So, um, and there are this isn't doesn't use as many mods as my other ships do, but it has its share. And and anyway, since I'm working on this ship in general, I just thought I might ramble on about mining in Space Engineers, and you know, to me, mining is the essence of this game. Um, we go out into space. Um, to explore, but what we're doing when we're exploring is we're looking for new places to settle, new planets. And if you're going to mount any kind of expedition out into space, um, you're going to have to get your resources wherever you can find them. So, um, just about any sort of expedition is going to involve mining. So if you think about it, um, and it's always been this way, it's the merchants that go out and look to see what's out there um, to sell. And and they leave in their wake um, various stations and infrastructure um, to facilitate the sale of whatever it is that they find, and people that come after them will inhabit those places, and they will expand and grow on their own. And so I guess this is the um, epitome of trailblazing, and it would be mining. Um, Going just to go is I don't think I don't think there's any way to do that. I don't think you can afford to do that. The only way that you could do that is if someone's already been there and left stuff along the way so that you would be able to make it. Um, but this game in particular, Space Engineers, is the child of another game that King did called Miner Wars. They had in their heads an idea that they would have this game where you would be out in the asteroid uh, belt, and you would be spending a lot of time defending your claim. I've never actually played the game. I've seen gameplay. I have the game. I've just never. It's one of those things where yeah, I've got it. I can play it anytime I want, and but I've been really obsessed with this game. So, but I'm guessing the point of that game is that you're in these ships, and there are other people that want in on your claim, or maybe you want in on somebody else's claim, or whatever. But it's all about um, protecting your claim and all that, and that's why they're wars. That's what they're fighting over. It's mining claims or something like that. Like I said, I don't know for certain, but you know, no reason to believe that that wouldn't happen in the future once we get out there. Um, and I would have to say mining would probably be the biggest industry in interstellar space. Now, one of the ways that this game has changed since I started playing it was that uh, back in the day, um, if you created a world, you can create a world. You had uh, your choices for what kind of asteroids are in the world were limited, and if you went for if you were looking for a world where you could build a base on an asteroid, then there was one that provided you with four very large asteroids fairly close together, and they were huge. And I think everybody that played the game during that time got the same idea about building a big drill ship and drilling their way through that asteroid, just making a hole right straight through. And there was a lot of that at first, and this ship was one of those. And this whole front area here was just all drills. And I had a whole system set up, uh, and this ship used to just, it would go through. I mean, you could turn it on and aim it at an asteroid, and it would work its way through without any pilot input. And the only problem I had was I didn't understand the conveyor system. So I did not have, I had plenty of storage, but I didn't have it conveyed properly. And I'd get halfway through one of those asteroids and the drills would load up, and they, you know, once they're loaded up, they can't drill anymore, so they just stop. And I'd be in this asteroid, I'd been going through it like butter, and all of a sudden I'd come to a stop, and I'm going, what is wrong with this thing? The Keen's game is broken, you know, how do I fix this? And it was so maddening. But, you know, live and learn. But they don't make asteroids like that in the game anymore. If you want them like that, you got to get one off the workshop. Now these asteroids are a bit smaller, and the ore is not that hard to get to. You don't have to drill through the asteroid. They all have some kind of hole in them, or most of them have some kind of hole in them. If you can't get to the ore from the outside, you just find the hole and go in there and get it from the inside. You know, there's no reason to drill through an asteroid except just for the sheer pleasure. And so the new meta, I guess, for tackling an asteroid field is drones. And that was starting to be pretty clear when this script came out for those of us that have access to programmable blocks. This script came out. Well, it's not named here, but it's the Path Auto Mining, or PAM for short. With this script, you can have a drone go to a place and mine, and every time it gets full, it automatically comes back home to dump the ore, and then goes back to the job site and picks up where it left off. It was brilliant. Exactly what you want. Two things. Number one, it was a script, or it is a script, so if you're on a console, I think there's a way now to get it to work, or maybe not. I don't know. But I think if you're on a console, you might be out of luck with this. But Keen came up with a solution where they came up with these AI blocks. And they were kind of designed to provide that capability to people who either couldn't use scripts or didn't want to fool with them. And I'm here to tell you that if you don't want to fool with scripts, I do not blame you. Because just like any technology, when it works pretty good. And when it doesn't work, but anyway, both methods have their limitations. The thing about using the script is it only works from a fixed base. So if you're running your drones from a ship, you have to turn your ship into a station if you want your drones to come back and dock with the ship and dump the ore. Um, it's a small price to pay, but um, it does mean that you have to, anytime you move to a new site, you've got to set stuff back up again. And it's kind of a pain in the ass. Um, but the new AI blocks allow you to create waypoints that are relative to the grid. So um, now when this ship moves, well, not now because I haven't done it yet, but when I'm done, when this ship moves, all the waypoints for all the connectors here that these drones need to find will move with the ship. They will be part of the ship. I think they're even part of the blueprint once they're in. So that's great. The part where you can have the drone go to a job site and mine, that part isn't fully fleshed out. Um, the PAM script uh, can have the drone determine when it's done. Um, that's part of the script. You can do that with the AI blocks, but you need event controllers and timer blocks and task blocks, and it can be done. Um, but if you're able to use the PAM script, it's better just to do that. The best thing you can do is have PAM. Um, you can have the AI blocks go from your ship or whatever to the job site using the AI blocks, but once it gets to the job site, you tell the AI block to turn PAM on and let PAM have it do the mining. And that combination, I believe, at the moment is probably um, the best way to mine if mining is your thing. And I know that mining is not a lot of people's thing in this game. And I get it. Fighters and warships and stuff like that, yeah, they're cool. And blowing stuff up, yeah, but mining is part of this game, and even if you play that way, you still got to mine somehow or something, or you just, I don't know. Um, I do believe that as much as Keen supports all the combat stuff, they always have. You think about it, when you start the game, your character comes with 4 basic default tools. You get a jackhammer, a drill. You get a grinder, you get a welder, and you get a rifle. And the grinder, the welder, and the drill. Um, well, okay, the grinder and the welder, you're going to take stuff apart and put it back together because you're an engineer. That's what you do. Okay. Um, then so that means that is the essential part of the game, taking stuff apart and putting it back together. Then you've got a drill and a rifle. Um, those are the other two essential parts of the game. You've got a drill because now you could play the game just finding wrecks and taking them apart and reassembling them. You can play that way. People do play that way. Um, uh, but you know, if you pull that drill out and use that, then your game's going to go a lot better, and you can play the entire game without ever using the rifle. That's the point. The rifle is there, um, and but as far as playing the game, its utility um, only comes in if you want it to. If you're playing by yourself, um, you've got to turn the enemies on to have something to shoot at, but you don't have to turn on. Um, uh, well, okay, so if you play the game by default, then the enemies are going to be in the game. So I guess I guess well, I'm not trying to say that the fighting and warfare is not part of Space Engineers. I'm not trying to say that. I'm trying to what I am trying to assert is that um, uh, without mining, um, I think this game would be a lot less interesting because there's plenty of games out there where you build ships and go shoot at each other. What makes this game what it is that um, you can build ships from scratch to your own personal specifications. Um, and I forgot the other point. But anyway, the other thing that I was doing while I was here, while I'm thinking about mining and stuff, is that I mentioned before in another video that I have been watching The Expanse, and um, and I am a long-term critic of this game having artificial gravity because um, I don't think we're going to figure out how to do that by 2070, which is technically the time that this game, this era, this everything that's going on here, that's where we jumped in 2077. Um, and But, you know, without artificial gravity as a mechanic in the game, no one would play it. So I understand why it's there. Um, but it does affect the way that we build ships. And the way that we build ships is not necessarily the way that we would build ships or the way that we will build ships when we do go out into space. Um, and if you want to know how we're going to build ships when we go out into space for real, all you have to do is watch The Expanse. Because those ships are built the way that it's going to work. In that game. And The Expanse has been hailed by everybody that knows the difference and knows what's going on and, you know, has a foot in in one foot in science and the other foot in literature, um, no, has said that The Expanse is by far the most uh, scientifically accurate um, science fiction television series uh, that's ever been produced. Um, and side note, it really sounds like there might be a season 7, uh, but it might not be on Amazon. Apparently, the folks over at Apple, they're not getting enough attention on their Apple TV, not like they want. And you know, it's no secret that The Expanse did a lot for Amazon. There were a lot of people sitting on the fence about buying Amazon Prime, but when The Expanse came out, oh, so um, Amazon, I guess, uh, uh, owns all the rights to distribute The Expanse, and that those rights are going to expire in January. And that leaves the folks that actually produce this program to see if they can't get a better deal somewhere else. And the other thing about Apple TV, they've been airing this series called Foundation, which is from a series of novels by Isaac Asimov. And I haven't watched it because I don't have Apple TV. But that is another show that has been critically acclaimed as being scientifically accurate. And it's also one of those shows like The Expanse that, you know, you have to watch it for a while to get what's going on. And in fact, the reason I'm binging it now is because I was watching it as the episodes came out before, and there was so much space, you know, between seasons, and you know, they'd split the season up, and for that kind of show, I found it hard to watch it that way. But now that all the seasons are out, you know, a person can sit down and, you know, with no commercials, just watch the whole thing through almost like a movie. And watching it that way, it's made a whole lot more sense. And I understand a lot of stuff I didn't understand before, now I really appreciate how good a show it is. And I guess the same thing is happening with Foundation, in that it's, you know, you have to watch it for a while and get into it, but once you do, then, you know, because that book was a Hugo Award winner, and when that series came out, I was unfortunately I was at a time in my life when I was picking up and moving around a lot, and I was reading. I read Dune, and then I was reading Children of Dune, and then you know, I was wanting to continue with that, and you know, back then in those days we were reading actual books. We weren't doing audio books or uh, there was no shortcut to reading those things, you know, and I enjoy reading, and that was my kind of, those are my kinds of things. But I just there were a couple that I was already really into, and I never picked up Foundation. So Um, um, but um, anyway, Apple took a chance with that, and I guess is doing real good for them. And they're looking at the Expanse because it's the same kind of thing. Maybe they're thinking we want to be that um, service where you come here to see this kind of science fiction. And if that's the case, then I'll get Apple. I'll do that because I enjoy good science fiction. Um, and so, having said all of that, this whole design philosophy of the ships that we build in Space Engineers, uh, like I said, um, everyone was pretty much convinced that, um, well, you know, I remember back in the day, people complained they wanted to be able to walk around on their ships, you know, like this. People wanted to be able to do this, and you couldn't when the game first came out. This was not possible. And Keen's first Keen's first solution to that was magnetic boots. I mean, that was the first thing they thought of, and they had the technology, um, and they were ready to deploy it. And they said, now if we do this, then you'll be able to walk around on your ship. Um, I think there was concern about whether you could. Yeah, I don't. You could do it while the ship was flying, but it was there were issues. I'll put it that way. But Keen staff, they set this up and they tried it out in house, and okay, so now you got a character and they're walking around, and wow, this is really neat. And then you come up here to this edge, and whoa, 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 what was that? I just walked around the corner. Whoa, wait, I didn't want to go up there. What's going on? This is weird, man. This, this is not how walking is supposed to be. I am so confused and disoriented. Oh my God. So Keen decided that that this sort of thing, that players would find this unacceptable. What's going on here? So they put that on the shelf, and they came up with a different idea, which is, of course, artificial gravity. Now, you don't need magnetic boots. As long as you're in the field, you can walk around. And the good news is, if you come to an edge, this ship is built too good. If you come to an edge, you will fall if you're not careful. These guys obviously did not want to deal with OSHA. So there's no way you're going to fall off of here. But you know what happens, right? If you walk over an edge here, you will fall. And, that's fine. But the only problem is, again, I personally objected because I didn't think we would have artificial gravity in 2077. But Keen said, well, we want to have players in 2077, so artificial gravity it is. And then the irony is, years later, people kind of, I don't know if people insisted or anything, but I think it was more of uh, Keen saw that there were some people that kind of thought that this wasn't such a bad thing, and so during one of their updates, I don't remember which one, they just put the magnetic boots in, and yeah, some people did freak out when stuff happened. But this game, every time there's a change, people freak out. But most players said, yeah, this is kind of cool, being able to do this. Yeah, leave it in, Keen. So now we have both. But because of artificial gravity, we were able to build ships like this. And let's face it, our ship designs are all inspired by, or 90% inspired by ocean-going vessels. I mean, we call them ships. And there are essentially two kinds of ships. Well, there's three kinds of ships that you find on the workshop, a lot of. The first kind is what I like to call the Dart. And those are the ships that they got a pointy front and big thrust in back, and they're arrow shaped. They're pointy, and they just suggest high velocity when you look at them. This is a ship that's going to go, and it's going to get there fast. Try to keep up. So that's, you got the Dart ship, and then you've got the well, I guess the industrial ship, more like this, but this is like the epitome of that. But I'm talking about ships that are they're covered with armor, and they're big and beefy and bulky, and look like they can take whatever you can throw at them. That's number two, and let's see, number three. Arrows, the big bulky ones. The other kind will come to me, but almost all of them are designed where they've got they move laterally, and there's a top and a bottom. This ship clear, this is the top up here, that's where the bridge is, and we're looking out over the deck. Your bridge is going to be back here. It might be midship. Most people put their bridge in the front. or near the front. Um, this one, because of the ship, the type of vessel that it's trying to be like, um, they put the wheelhouse back at the stern, and um, but this ship implies that it has gravity on it, and and it needs to be oriented this way, and that's fine. But it's not in my view how we would do it. Although, I mean, who's to say that? Um, I don't know. I don't know if you could build ships like this without having some sort of artificial gravity. I just don't think that in all honesty, that you would end up doing it this way. Now, there are things you can do. There are forces that can be applied, artificial forces that can be applied so that you can walk around on your ship like this. And I have to say that one of the things about a ship like this is it's probably going to spend a lot of time being stationary. The thing about building your ship, um, as in the Expanse, the reason for that is because it's when this ship is in motion, that's where your gravity comes from. Because in the Expanse, when ships are not moving, people are walking around with grab boots. Um, and you get gravity when they fly their ships. Uh, uh, they apply. The engines are always running. They're always under power, and they move at 1 G. And they do that flip and burn thing so that when they want to get to where they're going, you've got gravity because of the braking. Um, this ship was built under the old classic model and had the top and bottom and all of that. And so I've got thrust up here in the front to do the braking. That's probably going to come off. I'm still working on this part here. All I've got is a pilot seat. But it's a modded pilot seat, and it's the kind of seat that the modder made this to be the kind of seat that would probably actually be in use. In this configuration, you would be piloting the ship while it's while the engines are engaged and you're under thrust, or you're maneuvering in space. But when everything is all settled and you're underway and you don't, and there isn't going to be any more accelerating, then this seat would swivel around and be oriented this way. And you could still fly the ship with the seat oriented this way, but since you're since the force is now perpendicular to the deck, then you would probably want to be sitting upright instead of laying down. But this mod, that seat doesn't swivel or turn. It looks like it does, but it doesn't actually. So that's the only position it'll be in. Hopefully someday someone with skills would figure out how to make that actually work, and this would be the kind of um, pilot seat that you would have um, in a ship that doesn't have artificial gravity. Anyway, so this is it for the bridge right now, and but that seat's probably going to end up out here a bit further, and then the rest of the bridge will be arranged this way, but they'll be facing outward. Reason being that this from here is where the drones would be programmed and controlled from, and I intend to have a control seat on each side of the ship, and each person would be managing 4 drones. The person sitting on this side would be managing this 4, and blah blah blah. Those would be crew duties. So I can imagine where this ship could still be configured this way, but maybe when the ship was moving, it would still, I would think you would still have to orient the decks in here this way, or maybe the ship flies straight up on here. No, but the bridge is pointing that way, so I don't know. I think it's probably just going to have to be one of those things where we see how the game goes in general. I personally think that this is an awesome build, mainly because it's vanilla. If you've got a PS5, you can build this ship, but you don't have to build it because it's on the workshop. I think you could probably just go to the workshop and get it and have it and use it. Having said that, all these refineries. I mean, there's all of these refineries here, and then then we get to the middle of the ship, and then you get past the middle and get to the other end, and here's a whole bunch more refineries. This is a lot of refineries. And if they're all running, that's a big performance hit. Out here, he's got these assemblers. You know, there's a bank of four. There's one, and then there's another one over here, and then it's repeated in the back. So that's a lot of assemblers. Because this is a factory. This is well, I mean, it's not. It's a refinery or refinery, but it does have a lot of assembling capability. And so this is an exploration ship, so it's going to be going out and finding areas where the mining is good. And ships like this would be following it as other people come to mine, and a lot of people will come out here and want to mine, but they don't have the capacity to refine. You can come out here and grab some ore and take it back somewhere and try to sell it, and but you're gonna, the ore weighs a lot, and it's no good to anybody until it's refined. So if you're in the business of mining, you can sell ore or you can sell ingots. And my guess would be you would have, if you were going to sell ore, you would have a smaller drill ship. You might have a small drill ship, or you might have a ship that's somewhat smaller than this, and it's got a couple of mining ships in it, or some mining ships, and they go out and collect ore, and they store as much ore as they can on the ship, and then when they can't store any more ore, they'd come back to a ship like this and dump it. And as you can see, this ship has the capability to handle several ships that are getting rid of ore. And this stuff here, I put this here because in another video I was either showing these off in another video, or I put them down here so I could see which ones were which and which ones did what or whatever. But these aren't part of this blueprint. That they're not supposed to be here. In fact, I should probably just go ahead and get rid of them before their presence causes a problem somehow. This is mine. This is a cargo drone, and what's going on here is something that this would be doing. It gets filled with ore, and then it goes somewhere where it could drop that ore off and have it be refined. And I'm not working on any kind of scenario here. I was just wondering that I built this to work with my fleet, so it has these connectors here that are set up for loading and unloading. There's two in the front and there's two in the back, and those are the only ones. Now I come to this ship, and how do I dock with it? Because whoever made this ship, they have their own fleet, and their ships have connectors on the bottom, and so they fly to one of these pads and touch down, and they're ready to go. Well, um, I was just wondering if I don't want to modify this ship. I want to leave it as much as I can the way that someone would find it on the workshop. Um, so that being said, there are ports on the side that I could use. Um, for alignment reasons, I'm using two connectors here. And those connectors are not actually, they're not conveyored. I think I just brought this in here for experimental purposes, because this thing isn't going to, even if I did hook it up, I couldn't offload anything because it's not connected. See, that's another thing, is that there are no standards for connection. So everybody does their own thing, which, but it has caused me to think a lot about um, where I put connectors on my ship. And say, like on this particular ship, um, I'm usually just dealing with my own vessels. I mean, these drones um, aren't necessarily going to be docking on any ship other than this one, so they're pretty much set up the way that they are. And a minute there, I thought it was going to crash again. But I can envision scenarios where other people might be bringing stuff to this ship, or in fact, uh, they're offloading stuff. And how do they connect if that were to happen? And I'm guessing there will probably be some sort of retractable arm that's on my other ships. I've come to that conclusion. I've got my mothership, which I'm configuring to be able to accommodate any ship that I can find off the workshop. I don't care where they put the connector. I should be able to get to it and hook up. Because as a merchant, that's what I would want to do. I wouldn't want my customers to reconfigure their ships just so that they could do business with me. So I had previously built this so that there would be drones that all four sides would be covered with drones. That turned out to be, that was going to be about um, 48 drones. And I said to I looked around at these asteroids out here. That's with 48 drones. First off, if I had 48 drones and they all went out and they all came back loaded, um, it wouldn't be long before this ship was full. That's number one. Number two, if I had all 48 drones going at once, and I'm sure Pam could handle it, but I'm not sure the computer could. That's number two. Um, but mostly, I pull this ship um, into a dense field of asteroids. Um, I've got 16 drones. That's enough. They hold a pretty good amount of ore, and I'm thinking there might be a way that I could double up the number of drones that go to a particular job site so that um, one's unloading here while the other one is at the job site, and by the time one gets full, the other one should be empty, and they're, like get kind of like a conveyor thing going there. Depending on the distance from the ship to the asteroid, maybe might get something going with more than two. You might need three or four or five to do that, but you could have a steady supply of ships coming in to unload, and to me this looks to be plenty. I'll have to, until I actually try it, I don't know, but I think that's plenty. So all of this room back here, there are a number of things I can do. I could add more cargo space. I mean, I could do three. I could do another layer on each side of cargo containers. And when I originally built this ship, even back then, I was using modded cargo containers. One of those cargo containers had the capacity of three of these. So what it meant was I had large containers, but less parts. So back then we really had to keep an eye out for performance. We didn't have PCUs back then. We didn't even know what the problem was, but we knew that, well, having a bunch of containers like this, that means that there's conveying that's going on. So there's pathing that needs to be calculated, and then you got three parts here, and they're part of the grid, and that has to be accounted for and all that. I mean, there's the less parts you have, the better, and there are all sorts of mods out there to give you bigger parts for building bigger ships. But when I did the last overhaul, it was pretty much when this DLC fell out, and I like the looks of these, so I thought maybe I'd just go old school here and use these cargo containers, because this is my oldest ship This is actually my oldest ship, but it's also supposed to be in my fleet the oldest ship. It would have the oldest technology on it, and and I would be loath to just get rid of it. I mean, if this was an actual ship and I was actually in charge and it was actually my decision, I would, rather than spending money um, to replace these old school cargo containers with something bigger, I would spend that time and effort on uh, the mothership. The mothership has um, a lot more cargo capacity, and it uses some very large cargo containers. Um, this is a ship that it's going out and discovering good places to mine, but once it's done that, it's supposed to move on to the next thing. Got some kind of message here. forgot I was live. Okay. And so I guess what I'm getting to next here is the part where I'll probably go into a little more detail about the process of exploration mining. Um, and while I'm not an expert, um, and I'm not a miner, um, I live in Fairbanks, Alaska, and Fairbanks is a town that would not exist were it not for mining, and specifically gold mining. Um, there is no real evidence um, to suggest that anyone ever lived in this area of Alaska on any kind of a permanent basis. There are no um, there are no um, artifacts or anything that shows that native people came here and settled the area and made any attempt uh, to live here on some kind of permanent basis. Um, Not here. Um, Fairbanks is on the Chena River, which is a tributary to the Tanana, and even on the Tanana, um, there aren't really any signs of any past permanent settlements. Um, the permanent settlements are along the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers, the the largest and second largest rivers in Alaska, and the Yukon runs all the way into Canada. That's where the source is, and all along the Yukon there are villages there that have been there, for centuries. So, but not in Fairbanks. Nobody ever wanted to live here, is what I'm getting at. Um, there was just no point in it. But yet, here's the city that's sitting here, which at one time was the largest city in Fairbanks, or the largest city in Fairbanks. It was the largest city in Alaska, and for no other reason than there was a lot of gold mining going on in the area, and there still is a lot of it, and a lot of people that I know are miners. They either mine professionally, in that they are working. Well, they might be working for the mining company, one of the mining companies that are working around here. Um, the largest one being an outfit called Kinross. Um, they got this giant gold mine not far outside of town, and they employ a lot of people. And they're using big machines and all of that. And there are other mines around here. So I guess if you work for one of those people, you're a miner. Um, but then there are a lot of private mines, a lot of claims around here. There are people, I know a lot of people that they spend their summers um, uh, throwing dirt into some kind of machine that, and that machine will separate the gold from the dirt, and that's what they do most of the summer. And then around this time of year, they start trickling into town, and they take that gold ore and they turn it into money. And then they go and buy all the stuff that they need for the winter, and then they go back and hunker down, and they enjoy life all winter. And then there's your recreational miners, and those are the people, they've got um, some kind of small portable gold dredge, and maybe they're using an ore detector. Not too many, I don't know too many people that bother with that anymore. All you need is a gold pan, and they go out and do that, and you can go out on the weekend and do some gold panning, and if you find the right spot at the end of the weekend, you can come back with several $100s worth of gold in your pocket. Um, right now, gold is averaging about $2,000 an ounce. And to put that in perspective, I have been living here for 40 years. This is my 40th year this year in Alaska. And when I first got here, gold was selling for $35 an ounce. Now it's $2,000 an ounce. In fact, it got down. It got down. Um, uh, it's funny because one of my ambitions in coming to Alaska was that I understood that a person could, just get a gold pan and go out to a river and pan some gold and make a living. Um, it was true then, and it's true now, except that um, I was in the Army when I got here, and after I was discharged from the Army and on my own, I'm thinking now, I'll just go out and get me. I was thinking maybe I'd get me a little suction dredge and go out in some of these rivers and see if I can get some gold. But gold had dropped to less than $25 an ounce. So, by the time a person, if I had just bought a gold pan, had just done that, um, well, either way, I was thinking kind of big, but all the equipment that you needed to do that, and then you had to get to the place where you're going to do it, and then you'd have to be there while you were doing it, and which meant you needed provisions and stuff like that. By the time you added up the cost of all of that, and then looked at what you might get out of the ground after all that effort, um, I did spreadsheets, and I analyzed it pretty good, and determined that when gold was less than $35 an ounce, it just wasn't worth it to start. If you already had the equipment and everything, that was a different story. But if you were just starting out, you would spend a lot of money to get the stuff that you need to make a lot of money, and then you wouldn't make a lot of money, and you'd have a bill for all that stuff, at or at best you would just be broke with a bunch of stuff bunch of equipment that you couldn't sell to anybody because they knew better. So, I just went to living my life, and I just forgot all about gold. Just gave it up. Just said, that's just another thing that I thought I was going to do that I got here, and turns out it's not even worth it. The other thing I was going to do was go homesteading because they were giving away land. You could get land through a lottery You paid $25 for a lottery ticket, and if you won, you'd get a plot of land that could be up to 5 acres, and all you had to do was um, live on it essentially just during the summer. You had to live on it 3 months a year, which would be the summer months. That's how they arranged it. So if you can go out and put up a habitable dwelling, which could be a tent, um, and lived out there, and that's called proving it up. Um, and I think if you did that for 5 years, then the land was yours, free and clear. And after I got out of the Army, they quit doing that. So no free land. Um, uh, couldn't go gold mining because it didn't have enough money. So that's just two dreams right there, just totaled. And I just went on trying to figure out how I was going to be in Alaska now, and I ended up doing other things, and I just put gold out of my mind. And the last 10 years or so, after I'd been here 30 years, um, then I started hearing people talking about gold again, and oh, it's up to $300 an ounce, and I'm like, yeah, but it's been like that before. It's going to go down. I didn't pay any attention, and then I had some friends that were going out and they were buying ore detectors and stuff, and I mean, why are you doing that? Yeah, well, the price of gold is not doing too bad, and I'm like, no way, it, maybe it'll hit $300 an ounce, but it won't stay there. It's going to go down, so I didn't pay any attention, and it was just last year I was having a conversation with somebody, and what's gold now? And they were like, it's like $1,600 an ounce. And I'm like, you're kidding me. $1,600 an ounce. And then that's when I started noticing that that big mine, that Kinross mine, that they named it Fort Knox. It was just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It's huge now, but it was just a little dent in the ground when it first started, and and they're hiring more and more people, and that thing was just getting bigger and bigger, and now gold is 2,000 an ounce, and there's no reason to believe that it's gonna. I don't know what would happen to make what would have to happen to make it drop now. I don't know. But now is when I've been seeing all these videos. I've been watching videos of people with with recreational equipment going out and finding gold on the shores of Lake Superior in Michigan. I mean, Michigan is not the state that comes to mind when you think of gold mining. But people are out there, they're getting gold off the beach in Lake Michigan. And I'm saying to myself, if they're doing that in Michigan, and I'm here in Fairbanks, Alaska, maybe that's something I ought to be doing. And it was, in fact, something I was considering doing. What is wrong with my arm? Dude, you need medical attention. Arm ain't supposed to do that. Well, I guess, no, well, I don't know. No, what? Now what are you doing? Stop that. Stop that. Okay. Been in space too long. You need to, there's other people around now. Yeah, I know. Okay. Um, I'm sitting here talking about me mining for real when I need to be talking about this mining ship. Okay, because that's why we're here, right? Um, well, if I can get myself oriented here. Is this, yeah, I knew it. Um, anyway, um, lots of mining history here, lots of mining stories. A person can find all sorts of information around here about mining, past, present, and future. The University of Alaska Fairbanks, in fact, uh, is a mining school. It started as a mining college. I mean, it, they they teach everything now, but it's still they have their engineering department is pretty much mining engineering. Um, so if if there's anything you want to know about mining, um, you can find the answer somewhere here in Fairbanks. And and when it comes to how it's done, um, it all starts with prospecting. And this ship is the first. This ship is where the mining begins um, for me and my fleet. But the tip of the spear is this ship. This is the Prospector. Or that's not the name of the ship. This is a prospecting ship. The name of the ship is Sourdough Jack. Um, Sourdough Jack is here in Fairbanks. Here in Fairbanks, there's the local newspaper in town is called the Fairbanks Daily News Miner. News dash miner. Okay, mining town. The news miner. Well, I mean, they're still printing, but you know how it is with newspapers these days. They're not. The news miner isn't where people get their news anymore. More or less around here. I mean, you can still get the paper and everything, but there was the news miner had this little cartoon that they always run on the front page. It's just a one panel cartoon, um, and that cartoon consists of a character named Sourdough Jack, and Sourdough Jack had his own perspective on the way things are going around him. And Sourdough Jack's thing would normally be he would make some kind of comment about whatever the headline was in the newspaper. He was just supposed to represent the average the average the average person in Fairbanks, frankly, from the old days, because back in the old days when everything was getting started. just about everybody here was a miner or worked for a mining company or worked for a company that did stuff for the mining company and all that kind of stuff. One way or another, you're a miner. And sourdoughs, they were called sourdoughs because the joke was that they were sour on Alaska and didn't have enough dough to leave. Sourdoughs. And sourdoughs are a hardy bunch. They lived here in the last frontier, and they put up with the worst weather and the bears and the wolves and the other people trying to take their claim. And I mean, they're a hardy bunch, rugged individualists. And there's a bunch of them here, and there's some great people. I like being around them. So I named this ship because it's the tip of the spear. I named it Sourdough Jack. Felix Pedro, the ship that we're in, is the name of the person that started the gold rush here in Fairbanks. People have been mining here for a while, and a guy had just started up a bank here in town, and here come this guy Felix Pedro over the hill. He had one or two donkeys with him, at least one. Anyway, they were all loaded down with nuggets. And he walked them mules into town and went to the bank, and when they added up all the stuff that he had, it made the news in town, and that news made the news down the lower 48. The next thing you know, anybody that wanted a chance to get rich quick was on their way to Alaska. Anyway, old Sourdough Jack here. This ship is designed to find ore. And it would be probably, it has a jump drive, and that's one of the reasons this is large grid. The other reason was so that I could use this mod with these rockets on it like this. This is from a mod that came out fairly soon after the game came out. It's called NASA Blocks mod or something like that. Anyway, I want it to be able to use these, and they don't come in small grid, so I went large grid, which wasn't the worst decision I could have made. I mean, I could have done this in small grid, but it would have been 6 times as many blocks, and it just seemed easier. But this radar-like dome here, that's a mod. That is an ore detector, and it's, as you would guess, its range is larger than the vanilla ore detector. This thing, although it looks like an antenna, and it in fact is an antenna, but it's not an antenna for communications. this antenna is part of a mod. Actually, it's part of a script. It's a modded block that's needed for the script, and this thing detects things other than ore, like if there's any other ships out there, it'll scan those ships and tell you what's on them. If you look down there, you see that list of text on that screen. That's from the last time I fired up this material scanner. That's a list of stuff that it picked up near me. It tells you what it is, and it gives you a coordinate. And that's pretty much all I know for sure about that script, because I haven't used it very much. But I did think that on a ship like this, since that's available, it should probably have it. Okay, we'll go inside. I like this mod. It's an old one, and it's good. It comes in, there are 3 different ways to install this. There's this way, and then there's inverted, I guess, to where, well, it sits in here like this, but it opens up in the other direction. And then there's a third option where it gets mounted kind of in the middle of the block, I guess. But if you want to have a hatch like this, this mod gives you a way to have it to where it'll work in your ship. Now, I installed it so that it opens this way because here's the deal. I am now in the part of the ship that's pressurized. So my guess is if I'm in this ship and there's some kind of power failure, the air pressure in the ship would keep that door closed. Whereas if it opened the other way and I had a power failure, the air pressure might blow the door open and then we'd all suffocate. So that's why I installed it this way, in case you're asking. Now this is the operations deck, and there'd be an engineer sitting here and another one sitting on here. This one is showing the active radar, and this one here, I wanted this one to be showing that screen over there with all the text on it, but I can't. You can't. This is a modded cockpit, and you can't. Unless I'm mistaken, you can't. That screen that's right in the middle there, I wanted to use that one, and for some reason I couldn't or can't. And I could use I think I can use the other screens, but they're really small, and that's a lot of text. Um, I probably, if I was sitting in a chair, let's see, get in the chair. If I was sitting in a chair, I could probably read that pretty good. Although, I don't know. And I think I actually meant for that to be on this screen, and I screwed up. But in any event, that was a little disappointing that I couldn't do that. And there are some other cockpit blocks that have monitors on them that for some reason I can't use those either. But we'll get it figured out. In the meantime, I do have this holographic display, and I was having a little trouble with it a few months ago, but it appears to be working fine now. If you're looking, you can tell that there's a holographic projection there. You see a bunch of white dots. Those are nearby asteroids. Now, each dot is not an individual asteroid. If you see a bunch grouped together, that's a single asteroid. So you can think of those dots as like pixels. And there's a blue dot there. That's this ship, the ship that we're in. And then I've got that display there that you can look at while you're here. And this desk is not just a desk, it's a programmable block. So this is where the crew works from when they're active. And then they can feed themselves. They can relax here, educate themselves, whatever. The way that these blocks go together, I really would like to be able to put a table or a desk or something here, but I can't. I can't build anything here, so this is just a place to come and look out, I guess. Crew quarters are below. This is the airlock. And then, as you can see, there are 4 bunks. That's the crew size. And this is a wonderful, wonderful mod because you're able to use both bunks. You can be in the bottom bunk, or you can be in the top bunk. The only thing you can't do is take off the suit so you can sleep. But that's another rant for another day. But so that's how those work. And we got a food resequencer and a water purifier, and lots of storage. So this ship can maintain a crew of 4 for I think the target would be a month. Everybody has a place to stow their gear. There's a shower. I went with the vanilla shower. And there's a bathroom. This is not the vanilla bathroom though, because this bathroom has a door. this is how you get to the cockpit. And I'm sure you've all been in one of these before, so you know nothing new to see here except that this is where it is. Actually, I'm just going to go out the regular door. Why am I walking so weird? That's something I got to do. I got to figure out how to bridge this gap. Now, the reason I'm looking for a way to do that is because right now this ship it's connected with this connector, but when we're all underway, um, this is a fairly large grid, and um, I'm fairly certain there are going to be some phantom force issues. And the best way to overcome that is to merge the grid. So that's why these merge blocks are here. I haven't merged them yet. Mainly because I thought I was going to back this thing back out of here. But I may not do that just yet. But if I were to merge this ship, then the merge block is the only block that could touch. if I do a merge and any other part of this ship is touching, then when I unmerge, well, there won't be any unmerge. It'll remain part of the ship. I'll have to cut some blocks off in order to get out of here. So until I figure out how to get something on here, I can probably put some half blocks on here, half ramps, half catwalks, and get close enough to where I could walk across the gap without falling down to the ground, even though there's no gravity in here. So it looks like I'm going to need to take a break here, so I'll just leave you with this view, and I'll be right back. Okay. This is an old mod that got a facelift from somebody. It doesn't need to be on the ship. I don't think it actually, I think it kind of acts like a battery. It's called an accumulator. Um, but I've been wanting to enhance this ship with more stuff to give it that um, all business, no looks vibe. I'm really happy about those panels that they came out with. That really helped seal the deal, I think. Um, and what's his name for these Rebel lights? Um, See, I can't think of any of these modders' names now, but that antenna there. Um, which kind of brings me to another point um, about these blocks um, and shipbuilding in general. This is one of the few times where someone built a ship but didn't cover it with armor blocks to give it a cool shape. Um, the reason I like this ship so much is because it's built the way that I think that ships ought to be built, in that uh, these these refineries, the assemblers, um, a lot of these working components, they're pretty tough. Um, and what's this? Mary Kitty? Is that what that is? That? Thank you for the follow. I love follows um, because that means someday I'll be king. No, what it means is you saw something you liked and you might want to see it again, so you hit that follow button so that you would be notified when I come online. That may or may not be the good news. What you need to understand, though, is that I don't do this on any kind of schedule. Um, I do this when the mood hits and when the weather outside is uh, to where I would rather be inside. Um, so if you like this sort of thing, it's a good idea to do something to get notified. However, um, I know for some people get, myself included, um, you subscribe to things, or you're participating in things, and online, and a lot of those things um, tend to want to send you notifications um, to keep you informed of different ways that you can, like for instance, spend your money. So I would get a lot of notifications, and it got to be annoying, so I turned them off. And then found out that people that I was following, to where I wanted to be notified when they were on, well, I wasn't getting their notifications because I turned notifications off. So I missed a lot of stuff. So I'm guessing you've got a way to handle which notifications you get and which ones you don't, or learn how to ignore the ones, or maybe you don't ignore any of them. But here's the thing, I am not on a mission to be a Twitch partner, or anything like that. Um, I do this streaming for fun, not for money, or fame, or fortune, or any of that kind of stuff. I love playing this game in particular, Space Engineers. I have 11,500 hours in this game. And if that doesn't tell you I like the game, then I guess there's no other way of knowing. I don't know. But I play this game a lot. And usually when I play it, I stream it because Twitch exists. And to me, that's what it's for people to stream the game that they like playing. And it's turned into something else, and Twitch is all about trying to get you to do this and that and the other thing to get more people to watch your stream and follow you and make you famous, right? Except that's not what's really going on. They're making you do stuff to entice more people to watch your stream so that they can sell the advertising. And what's happened is that a lot of people that I used to like to watch on Twitch, it's annoying now because my choices are to subscribe to their channel, and I don't want to subscribe to 10 different channels just so that I can watch them without commercials. Or I can give Twitch some money every month to not show me the commercials. And my thing about Twitch was that it was free. It was something that you could do free, which currently it still is, but mostly it was something you could watch free, because all you were doing was watching people play games. Now it's watching. It's trying to be a platform where they are trying to grab your attention and hold it forever. And that way they can show you stuff that can make you spend your money. And what I don't like about that is that, see, the thing about Twitch is live. This is live streaming. What you're seeing right now is actually happening at this moment. YouTube is recorded video. Somebody sits down and makes a video, edits it, makes it pretty and perfect and all that, and then they put it on YouTube, and then you go watch it. Now, if there's a commercial during a YouTube video, that's fine, because the video stops, the commercial runs, and you get an option to just stop that commercial and go back to the video, and you pick up right where you left off. That's fine. I like that. I can live with that, okay? This here is live. And the most annoying thing ever is you're watching somebody streaming something and you're really, really interested in what they're doing. And just as they're about to do something that's really, 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 really interesting, this commercial pops up. And when the commercial pops up, what they're doing goes away. If you're lucky, it just goes away to a tiny little screen off on the side, and the audio is gone. And you're going to sit there and you're going to watch not one ad, but probably four. And during that time, the streamer's still streaming. They haven't stopped. They're doing their thing, whatever it is. And I guarantee you, by the time that commercial is done, whatever it was that you wanted to see, that's over. You missed it. And I don't want that to happen on any stream that I'm doing. So there would never be a subscription button unless the meaning of subscription changes. I don't want anything happening on this channel that's going to stop the live feed. So don't worry about ever having to come in here and subscribe. And you're going to be asked to subscribe in order to get some kind of special privilege to be able to watch this stream. That's not going to happen. As long as I can do this stream just like I'm doing it right now, where I just stream and you just watch, and maybe if you feel like it, you'll come in and chat. And when I get my shit together, you know, you can come into my world and play along with me, and hopefully stream along with me. But a follow is about all I'm ever going to ask from viewers. I'd like it. You don't even have to follow me. I like it when you do. But what I really want you to do is watch. Watch and come in and at least chat. Mostly about space engineers, but space exploration, building ships, shipbuilding theory, maybe some speculation about space engineers' lore, all of that kind of stuff. I've done lots of that here. It does happen. It hasn't been happening lately. What's been happening lately is I do these videos, and there aren't many people, aren't many viewers watching. Then I'll come back a day or two later, and they'll be and look at my channel, and I can see where a whole bunch of people have watched the video. It might be a timing thing, or most likely it's that the videos tend to be several hours long, but there isn't several hours of content. So a person can skip around and just see what it was that they wanted to see and then move on. I don't think everybody that's watching the videos are watching the videos in their entirety. So I said all that to say, welcome, Mary Kitty. I hope to see you here often. And this is the second vessel of mine that I was able to install this door on. But I wasn't even sure if I could get it to work on here, but it just fit right in. Let's see if I can activate it here. Unfortunately, the doors open out. They don't open in. Now I could flip it around so that the doors open in, but then, you know, because these doors, okay, so they're real doors, right? But if this thing was flipped around, those doors would phase through these other blocks here, and you know, so you could get in and out and everything would look normal, but the doors would be passing through this area, and boy, I'd have to do a bunch of stuff to hide that, and blah blah blah, this and that, and the other thing, and it looks fine. Um, it works fine this way. I guess I could trust that in a power failure, this door would remain shut. But what I didn't expect and what I liked was how it looks when it's open, because it just because of the way that I designed the ship, I left all this area flat, and so if there was something in a way, the doors would just phase through it. But since there isn't anything in a way, they just it just works. You know, it just, I guess that there are these catwalks that are on top of these blocks, and I guess the doors facing through those, but you know, it's really, you can't, it's I'm willing to bet if I hadn't showed that in this video, no one would ever know. You know, it looks like it's supposed to. And I used to have a spotlight sticking out of the bottom here on this ship. It's connected right on the bottom of this block. But this door is 5 blocks high. And with that spotlight down there, this ship would have been 6 blocks high. And it wouldn't fit through the door. And I really, really wanted it to fit through the door. I could have oriented that door, but no, it's more than 5 blocks wide. 1, 2, 3. Wait a minute, what? Yeah, it's 6 blocks wide. Seven. It's 7 blocks wide. And this door is 9 blocks wide. So if I oriented the door the other way, it wouldn't fit through. So this is pretty much the way it has to be. And this used to fit. There was always a bay here for this ship, but it used to point towards the front and be oriented more like this ship is. But since I changed it, I wasn't even sure if I could fit it inside here. But I pretty much had to pull it all the way up to the edge here, so that this antenna in the back would fit, but by George, it fit. And now I remember the other thing I was going to do. Let's see. was thinking about putting a cargo elevator in here, but I don't have that mod loaded. Okay, unless something else happens, this is the part where I get quiet. thought it would. I thought I could get it to go lower than that. Well, I can, but can't get out of here now? Might have painted myself into a corner. I can't get out. And I can't see why. What the hell did I do? got it in here. I mean, I just flew it in here. I didn't do anything special other than take off the spotlight. Damn it. Those were on top of those. They weren't there when I went in. That clearance is so tight there that might be what the problem was. Did I? Normally, the way that I would approach this problem would be to fly the ship remotely, but I've been having an issue doing that causes the game to crash. So see, I don't have I don't have any AI blocks in here, do I? So why won't it let me remote control? Well, something's wrong. I can't use remote control. What the heck am I stuck on? got it in here. And when I say I got it in here, I mean I just flew it up and then I just flew it right straight in here. No problems. Nothing was in the way. I didn't have to move anything except that one spotlight. Okay. But I can get it out of here now. Understand. It went in. Okay, I guess I modify the ship again. top on that. Every space engineer's build is a puzzle. Should fit through 5 block hole. think I'm going to be able to get that material scanner back on here. Yeah, see? Something's wrong with the radios. And I'm guessing it's just me because um, last couple of days I've been on Twitch watching other people, and I don't know that any of them tried to do remote control though. Um, okay, well, I guess well, and put that ship back in the dock and call it a day, I think. Okay, it'll be just a minute. should have known. Didn't turn off the little ones. you two were going to fight? Is that it? Or didn't make it over the lip? Man, I'm having a hard time. serious problems. pilot's going to be able to do this. Okay. Okay, I guess either you can pass through this thing or you can't. What? I hate that I can't see. That's the problem. I can't I can't fly this ship remotely so I can see what's going on. I don't believe I'm getting hung up on these small little. It's not going to work. That's what I get for talking smack about having this made and then streaming, because this all works if I'm not streaming. I know that for a fact. Plus, I need to stop. Okay, so I'm going to have to go back to the drawing board on this one. But I am out of time for today. And now the temperature goes up. But it's raining. Damn it. Can't work on the boat. Oh well, anyway. So, thanks for watching. Don't know when I'll be back on again, but it'll happen sooner or later. Until then, see you in space.